What the actual hell just happened? Whoa, man. What the floop? Am I live twice? Why does it look like I'm live twice? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like, well, whatever. Betas. Beta code. Finally. Finally getting to try it out, man. One minute and 19 seconds of bullshit. Hooey. There we go. That's the right one. Yeah, I know, I froze. It's because somehow it decided that I needed to do a different stream after about 1 minute. Can you hear me now? I keep pushing the wrong damn keyboard. Kaboom. Hawa. Promo, promo. All right. Now let's get that beta code real quick. Okay. Sorry, not broadcasting the beta code. No, I'm actually not sorry. Otherwise it wouldn't be a beta, it would just be everyone's a guinea pig day. Ah, dang it. Alright, I have to bring it up on this computer. Go away. Just have to copy and paste it. It's alright. Too many characters that aren't totally evident. What? Shut up. Where is it? Here, beta code, beta code, beta code. That's the wrong one. No wonder that didn't work. Ah, there it is. It's the wrong code. That explains so much. Good God, I'm glad to be playing some Star Valor again. Yes, update. Update! Yeah! Here we go. Alright. 3 broken registries detected on your PC. You mean registry entries, right? Just go away. I said go away! Damn! Fucking Norton, I tell it to close and not show me that pop-up, and it's like, oh, you want me to do the exact fucking opposite? God damn it. Why? Why is it that way? Because computers hate you. If computers like people, they'd spend all their time sucking up and not actually doing what we need them to do. They have to hate us so that they'll just do what we say, and so we'll stop talking about it. Alright, so step 1. It's gonna get weird now. Fix the typo in the title. The reason it's gonna get weird is because armor got completely redone. Yeah, look at that. Hooey. Wooey. Damage resistance 81%, repair system efficiency 165. Well, the armor change did not help that guy. Gnarly. No, narcissists are almost never sociopaths or psychopaths. They just act like it because they're liars. They're just manipulative. They have empathy. They're in tune with their empathy. They're using it against you. Sorry, completely unrelated topic. Where the fuck did that come from? YouTube comments, man. If you stalk me around YouTube, you'll find I'm into some very odd conversations, particularly around psychology and music. Oh, looks like nobody's online. Too bad. Okay. Let's dive right in. So, because of the armor change, things are going to be really different than what I'm used to, which means I don't know if I'm going to want this to stay the way it is or not. I may have to reformat my whole boat. Let's look at the beta patch notes so that there's a little bit of context here. Okay. Oh. Every armor in the game is marked as permanent. It doesn't say that. It's letting me take it off again. Oh, not permanent. Okay. That was repealed. Fixed a bug with the repair system. Okay, added armor stat, which is now used to define damage resistance that no longer has a cap. In short, lower armor values are more effective in providing damage resistance than higher values. Repair cost modifiers now also affect active repairs like automated repair system and repair beams, including those used by repair drones. Added repair cost and repair system efficiency modifiers to every armor equipment. Hull reinforcement now adds flat mass to the ship before the current armor mass modifier is applied. Change railgun core stats to fire twice as fast while keeping the same DPS, reducing the base damage in exchange. In other words, they're less ammo efficient, which is fine because they were pretty ammo efficient before. It was kind of ridiculous. It may not have been as useful against the really massive fleets that just keep happening over and over and over again, but it was really, really exploitable against smaller enemies. It was just like, it was practically a free kill. I wouldn't call it an exploit, it was just unbalanced. Let's go find... I remember I specifically explored this way to find some Vangi, and now we have one. We're going to have a lot of thinking to do here. Station repair cost is cheaper, I guess because Ardonian's easier to work on. But it's no longer just a straight... See, those are hull points, so that's not armor. We'll have to look at the auxiliary items of armor soon. Still melting the 0 star. Enemies that don't have a star still get melted really fast. Check. The Marauders want no part of me. Well, that one's dumb. He's firing the missiles. Come on. I don't even feel it. He's still firing. Relic detected. My speed seems to be about the same. 75, 86. Oh, this isn't high combat build. This is about to get shitty then. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how the new armor works. Okay. That feels pretty similar. Oh. Need floating numbers. Dude, need fundage, bro. See, I'm not a big numbers guy, so I don't know how much different it's going to really feel to me. Until I start fighting the capital ships. Those V5s. It feels pretty close to what it was before. Although, again, my shield is actually much weaker than usual, so... If I wasn't finding such good loot, I would just bail so I could go fix it and get the proper test going. So this ship got strictly better from the changes, slightly higher damage resistance and way better repair. He reverted the permanent thing. Yeah, I saw that. Thank God. At least for now. Oh, did we get another wave already? Nanomorph plating. What? What up? Oh, Tigger? Hey. Still getting used to different YouTube names. Well, you welly well. Alright, so let's outfit the ship correctly. Nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't played very much lately. I have 2 jobs now, so I don't have as much time to stream. But it's just temporary. Make a little extra money for the holidays. Let's see, friendly station somewhere over the rainbow. Please don't kill me. It doesn't suck. Uh-oh. What did I do? Weapon turret, update weapon stats modifier. I don't give a fuck. Alright, so let's look at the armor I already have. Wow. So that's going to dramatically reduce my damage resistance, right? Oh no, not dramatically. Wait. $81, $80. Whoa. So that reduces my damage resistance by like 1%, but doubles my hit points practically from that. But I don't repair as fast. So it's hit and run style. Ardonian plating will be your sustain. Although if you do get into trouble, you have less of a buffer zone. So it looks like Ardonian is kind of the best now. Because this drops repair system efficiency rather than increases it. Which on top of higher damage resistance. AI related bugs? Like these? That's alright. So the thing I needed to do was to get rid of the speed boosters and put chargers back on. Repair efficiency is misleading. You have to look at that and hit point multiply. Oh, that's true. Because it's a different... That makes sense because it's already percent based. So repair system efficiency 165. If I put this on, it goes to about half that, but I have double the hull points, so the repair is about the same. But it's only 70 DR and 8,000 hit points. I mean, with that, I might as well do Ardonian. Oh, no, it repairs more. Less damage resistance, but more repair. I see. Because you're getting the repair system bonus way out. Wow, massive repair system bonus. Alright, we'll try the nanomorph. I'm down for it. I don't need that. Are shield absorbers still basically pointless? It does double from 22 to 41 and a half. Almost doubles. Still seems kind of pointless. I'm sure those are next. Oh, 5,700? Oh, but I don't have any more Mark 3s. Alright, so we'll keep those. Actually, that's slightly more space efficient. I guess I should... Whoops. I like the name Nanomorph. It makes me think of like the aliens from the movie Aliens, the xenomorphs, but tiny. Itty bitty baby nanomorphs. That's fun. Alright, let's go full bore. Well, not those two. Ugh. Whoa! More turret exceptions. But are they firing? As long as they're firing, I'm assuming those are pretty well known by now. Okay, so this is not as wildly different as I was expecting. It seems the end results are pretty much the same with armor. It's just a more dynamic way of getting there to allow for more variety, and I like the adjustments in repair costs. Like, some armors are just harder to fix than others, and the fact that you have less of it, but it's denser, is what makes it harder to fix and justifies it costing more to fix because repair is based on per point. So, where are they going? If you have a low armor capacity with a high damage resistance, then it makes sense that you would offset that with a higher cost per point because there's less points being repaired. I feel like I'm hitting them just as hard too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is it might be worth looking into a new game, but as far as an existing game, it doesn't seem like you're going to lose or have to completely reformat anything. You just have to reshop your armor, and if you're a hoarder like me, although I am getting smooshed over here by not very much, I do feel like I'm done. Uh-oh. It would help if my repair system was on. 553. Wow, that's big. I know you were saying you got it over 3 times that, but that's, wow. And I can always go back and turn off the beta and see what it feels like, although that could cause some problems. I don't think it will, though. I feel like item drops are a lot different, too. See, the lower damage resistance, my shield drops really fast. Is that what's causing that? Does damage resistance still affect shielding? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, heavy nanomorph. Okay, so I should probably go back to Ardonian for a shield build, huh? And I will do an armor build at some point. Okay. So I'll probably switch back to Ardonian for this build, but we'll keep... And maybe the heavy nanomorph is what I need to be using right now. %71% versus 69. Yeah, I really... Not a big difference, but big enough. There goes our frame rates. Yeah, so if I was getting hit by a bunch of V5s right now, I would be super screwed. Yeah, the base hit points in the equipment make a big difference in tanking as a defensive. Yeah, but the amount of DPS I'm getting hit with, I think I'm still better off with higher damage resistance. The repair speed didn't seem like it was really countering very much. Especially not when I start fighting the V5s. We'll see. I mean, I'm going to compare it for sure, but... Oh, they followed me. I don't know how they found me, but they found me. Then again, that might end up being the way to go too. Although the repair speed, we'll see what it comes out to. 165. Oh yeah, it was about the same, that's right. Less armor, or twice the armor, but half the, or about the same repair speed because of that double armor. I feel like the heavy xenomorph I'm going to be using a lot early game until I get, until I really need the Ardonian. Until I'm willing to make that sacrifice. It's the sustain, you know? The sustain is what makes the Ardonian worthwhile because of my shield capacity and my shield charge speed. No matter what I do, damage resistance is going to be my highest priority. There's not heavy Ardonian plating, is there? Oh wow, that's even higher. Oh, that's... Wait, that. That's even higher armor. Okay, we gotta get out of here before I lose this station. It's just expensive? Yeah, that's higher damage resistance. And more hull points. It's way low here, but it's almost double, so that I'm sacrificing my repair speed and for a higher capacity. I don't know if it was today, but it's beta. It's beta testing. It looks like the beta went live. Oh, 2 days ago. I don't know about long. It won't be fast. I mean, it'll be longer than most, yeah, by comparison for sure. But I don't think it'll take too terribly long. Considering how similar the outcome is already. Although it is funny that Zentronium is actually useful now. I never liked it before. It could take a while. I guess, I don't know. It's a lot of number changes. It's a lot of new math. It's a lot of a very important system being changed. So, oh wow. Just pressing H causes a reference error. The bugs, yeah. If we're talking about the bugs, it looks like they're responding to it correctly, though. There's just some part of the code that's not executing correctly. Chrono Trigger, what's up? That's too bad Lios isn't here. I know it's kind of late, kind of a late start even for me, but it's just when I was able to do it. Oh, they're not responding to it. Oh. I am going to try an armor build soon. I don't have a lot of good superior. I don't have, well, I have a lot of purple. I can make it. I don't have a lot of orange superior hull plating. Well, once I had the right piece of armor on, it feels pretty good. I mean, for me, with the shield build, it's always going to be about damage resistance. Where did you say that was? Where's that spreadsheet? I'm trying to read back where that was. That makes sense. Ah, I see it. Okay. Mass multiplier. Hull armor. Heavy energy armor. Oh, snap. It's better than Zentronium? Wait. Oh no, Zentronium is slightly better. Okay. Nice. That's when things really start to heat up, huh? Minus 500,000, it's like, oh shit, they're starting to crowd around. I can't just sit still. Oh, you probably still can. I know it's not new, but it was changed. I've got lots of heavy energy armor. That's not bad. But I just mean the new stats for it. Okay, so Zentronium is the highest. I really need to get some V5s out here. That's going to be like the real test. Let me warp. Click, 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 click. There we go. You have to hold the click down. Ah, shit. Okay, so she's repairing at 402 per second. I don't want the shark. Yep, that's still a melt fest. Liquid Ravager, served cold. Oof. Eef. Yeah. The names are going to take some time to remember, but I'm glad the pictures are still similar. Yeah, I thought it was going to be something cool. Oh yeah, I didn't test the repair beam difference with my buds. Nope, them's not V5s. Well, that technically is. Wow, what a shitty thumbnail. It won't let me change the thumbnail. Just refresh it, you bastards. It's a shitty ass thumbnail. I guess I'll just have to make one day. I sort of did once and then I stopped caring. Oh, what? Ravager? Hell no. Ravagers can't touch me, but the V5s, you probably mean the V5s, right? Yeah, they can... A lone V5 would not really drop my shields. 2 could impact my shields negatively. Woo, look at it go. It feels weaker than before. Like, damage resistance doesn't actually seem to be having the same effect as it used to. Of course, whatever the hell they're doing, I don't know. What are they doing? These regular waves did not hurt that bad before. And that was at 80 DR. So the DR is slightly higher now, but it feels like they're hitting harder. Maybe I'm not killing them as fast. Maybe they've got even more damage resistance, and they're just not dying as fast as they used to, so... I don't know. It's really hard to compare these waves, because I can't just apples and orange them. Maybe they are fighting stuff. Nope, that one's not. I do feel like I've got more mobility, though. Like, my mass is not as affected. But I don't think the numbers are really that much better. Maybe I'm just opting to move more. Okay, it stopped that one. So... I don't know. Do some weapons bypass? Like armor piercing or something? I need more of those. And only those. The V5s. I'm starting to think that the 80 cap was only the number and that my damage resistance used to be higher. That maybe the old damage cap, the old damage resistance cap was broken. Because I know technically mine was over 80. But it just shouldn't have been registering higher than 80. The number definitely stopped at 80 visibly, but I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm really getting sick of these stupid small ship fleets. It's kind of annoying. It's not what I'm here for. Like, it's all I'm getting is mixed and small fleets. So far they haven't thrown an all V5 fleet at me yet. And that's all I want for Christmas, god damn it. Get my South Park on. All right. Now, of course, when I start a new game to test armor, it's not going to be a dread start. Whoa. Ah, civilian in the crossfire. Oh, poor Taurus. These are all repeats. Blame Canada. I think that's what it is. I think it's the small ships. They're not dying as fast, so I'm taking more damage because there's not that gap as one replaces the dead one. I mean that it seems like such a small gap, but I mean, when you're talking about 1,300 recharge per second, that small gap is, you know, a couple of hundred shield points at least. If it takes them a full second to fill in for the previous, it's the full 1,300. Divided by the number of ships dying to be replaced. Minus the number of ships dying that aren't replaced. No, that's not right. But those are factors. I hate trying to think about how much I would have to side by side look at the non-beta versus the beta against these fleets, because there's so many random variables of what size are the ships, what did they roll for weapons and stats, what did they this, that, you know. There's no apples to apples, but it's pretty much the best I can do. I can't. Even if you could create a custom fleet to fight repeatedly with different ships, you still have to have 100 different iterations of a pre-built fleet to fight. Damage spikes, that's exactly what it is. Coming right for us. Oh, look at the weird. What's happening with the shape? Oh, it's a flat disc and it's spinning off its axis. It's not just spinning on the z-axis. That's adorable. That never happened before. When did that start happening? The blue dot didn't used to spin. What? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess I could test. I could go pick up like a bad boy or something to test against the Ravager, just repeatedly fight the same Ravager over and over. But or I guess he could probably set something up in the arena. That's what would be cool in arena mode, is if there was a free play arena mode where you could spawn any items that you wanted at any quality and then create the enemy fleet. I could produce some data with that, and I bet a few of you guys could produce a lot better data than that based on how you build the fleet and the ships for the most relevant data possible. But again, it would still take 100 different fleets configurations to cover all the possibilities, but you could probably get away with 10 or 20. I think it would show the graph well enough and the spread that you don't need every little data point. It's not like there'd be a lot of spikes really there. as long as you mix and match the right fleet combinations. I don't know. Oh, Laios is online. Let's see if he pops in. But yeah, if I press the H key, boom, we get a null reference. And the order to hold fire does not seem to work. Now, looking at the beta patch notes, I don't understand what change that would affect that. Two new experience perks, wealthy and poor. That sounds fun. Pretty sure I'll stick with the ones I have, but that's not bad. Like poor for the ultimate casual play. Poor would be a huge challenge. Golly. You make less money from defeating enemies and attract less enemies? You get to level 50, you're not going to have a whole lot going on. But you'll live to see it. I wonder what poor hardcore permadeath is like. Or rich hardcore permadeath. Yeah, I'm not seeing any changes in the beta patch notes that should have affected the AI like that. It must have been something else he was working on. Alright, see you later, Czage. We'll try to get some data come for you. Yeah, shift or not. Wait, is it the same? With and without shift? Yep, it's the same. Every value, every code, every channel, every reference. Huh. Interesting. Give me fleeting magic. The fleet panel? This one? I need more details than that. I don't know what you mean. See how the guns flash every time I click something? When I equip and unequip an item, the guns flash on the ships. I don't know what that is. Oh, I can't change it for the menu. Ultragram. No, you can see it right through there though. I mean, that could be your bindings, though. You might have accidentally set... Or no, but not if you're clicking OK on something, though. That wouldn't do anything. That wouldn't be a binding issue. You might just reset your bindings anyway, just for the hell of it. But I doubt it'll do anything, but for that particular issue, but maybe. Just don't forget to take a screenshot first so you don't have to... Be a little easier to reset. That is pretty weird. I'm wondering... Maybe I need to pick up a new crew first and then use them. Did that happen in a new save? And have you also tried an old save to see if it happens there too? Because that is pretty bizarre, but it's not ridiculously bizarre to the point that it doesn't make any sense. Like, but I don't know what the connection is between nicknames. Now, did I push the OK button or did I hit enter? Nope. So, old and new? Okay. That's a bug I would report. And note that hey, there he is. How about that one? Or that one? This bug happens every time I press H. And they don't take the order either. So, Unknown Sailor, when I submit bugs, I also like to ask, is this one been reported yet? And does anybody else notice it? Can anybody else reproduce it? And is it also, if it happens every time or just occasionally? I figured you'd know what that was pretty quick. I'm like, he didn't put anything in the patch notes about changing AI behavior with fleets, so I'm assuming that it wasn't a very big change, which would hopefully make it easy to track down. But Unknown Sailor's bug is every time they go to set a nickname for a crew and press OK, it also opens their fleet panel. And that doesn't happen to me, and I don't know if it happens to anybody else, but I also reported how gun barrels still flash whenever you equip or unequip stuff, but I don't really... That doesn't really bother me that much. That could be the worker's headlights coming out of the barrel of the gun for all I know. They're in there tooling around because I'm moving things. It's every time? Okay. Oh wait, I wonder... Nope. Doesn't do it for him either. I thought maybe it would be different with Special Crew. Now I'm not getting attacked. Did I make the enemy go passive with H? I pressed H so many times, they're like, yeah, they're not a threat. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either, although I doubt that it's PC specific, but it would be interesting to see if a different installation does the same thing, because it may be a corrupted game file of some kind. So Lio says, you might expect I'm... Wait, Lios, did you already see which armor I'm using? I bet you can guess. Oh yeah, it happens when I go through gates too, twice. Because I'm assuming because I have 2 active fleet ships. Let's try... I bet Lios knows what armor I'm using. Let's see if that makes it happen 4 times. No? Okay, maybe if they're set to battle. To fight. Nope. Still just the 2. No, I tried Nanomorph. The Zentronium gives me more damage resistance. Because it's a shield build. But I have a feeling that I'll be using Nanomorph with an armor build. The heavy Zentronium. Like, if they get through my shield, it sucks to be me. But there's a lot less chance they'll get through my shield. We theorized earlier, I was getting pounded by small ship fleets. Like, they were really kicking my ass more than usual. We speculated that it's possible it's because I'm not killing them as fast. So I'm taking more sustained damage without the gaps of one ship being replaced by another. That would allow my shield to recharge normally. But they seem to be doing more damage. I have not been able to get a fight versus mostly V5s. So I can't really gauge. But it did kind of feel like I had better defense. Like my shield was better in this range before... in the old system, before the update. Even though I had 80 DR, now I've got 82.5. So I'm wondering if the damage resistance cap actually worked before, or if it's just because I'm not killing the little ships as fast. Because they might have more damage resistance now. So that's going to be really hard to figure out for me. Although, I guess I could compare an old stream with the new stream and see if I take enough sample data on this stream, which I plan to be on for a little while. But if I get enough sample data out of this stream, I probably could do a comparison with some of the other small ship, big fleet battles. Yeah, they definitely do. And I just can't tell if that's the reason they're kicking my ass more. I think that's what it is. They're definitely kicking my ass more, though. I have to move around a lot more to mitigate the damage. Which, of course, means I'm not doing as much damage. Unless I move around just perfectly. But there's no guarantee that's going to be enough. to actually keep me killing. Um, Kinda. I will say when it drops down really low, the lag doesn't seem to be as choppy. It feels like even though I get the low frame rates, it feels like the game doesn't actually slow down as much as it used to. Because before it would lag so much that the game would actually, like, it wasn't just, 2 frames per second, it was that the game was running much slower. Well, it just seems like the game speed was more consistent. Now, you did do something to the relic icon because now the whole blue dot spins. I didn't know those were discs, but of course they are. I always assumed they were orbs. But now we know for a fact that they're discs because that one's spinning on its X and Y axis, not just the Z. But it's funny looking at them now on the radar. They flip around so you can tell it's a disc. And I don't mind the low frame rates. If the game speed keeps up, that's awesome. And now that I have a second job, I'm probably going to end up upgrading my system once I'm all caught up on the things. Where is this fleet? Now I'm just not getting attacked. How do I do that? They scared. They just staying away. Only on hardcore difficulty. Interesting. Huh. That's weird that affects nicknames. That's an interesting mix of variables that seem like they wouldn't be related at all. But it means that technically I have not tried to recreate it yet. I have to go to hardcore and then see if I can recreate it. We'll do that after this next warp. And you tried it in all 4 and it happens in both of the hardcore saves and neither of the standard saves? Interesting. So it's not corrupt save. It would have to be the game files that are corrupt. Don't verify your game files in Steam. Not yet. Wait until we can try to see if we can recreate it first, because you might... It would be better to solve the bug that way, to figure out how it happened in the first place. In other words, an early solution sometimes prevents a better solution. Oh, I didn't even ask that. That makes sense. I did see something there. I also have to test the H bug in a new save as well, and other saves, existing ones. Interesting. Not beta. Okay. Okay. Wow, they won't attack me. How long have I been in the system? Feels like ages. Nice. How did they do this? Alright, so when that happens, it seems to reset if I save and load. Turret update. That's probably maybe related to the other one, since it has the H key bug. Could be. Ah, interesting. Oh yeah, an H key throws an error, but not F. Whatever that means. Maybe nothing. They definitely seem to get on target faster. So theoretically, what's the longest that it should take to spawn a hunter fleet? And then what would be the more common functional longest time? That's cool, but it could also be related to something else as well. So even seemingly unimportant bugs are usually worth tracking down. That's why you'll see a lot of developers, say like no bug is too small to report. Oh, so theoretically, what, like 8-10 minutes is the longest that like you're really like just shit luck. If it takes more than 8 minutes, your luck just sucks, or it's a bug. Nope. No renown. Alright, we're at 2 minutes. So, if they're doing more damage, I might actually benefit from a slightly higher shield capacity. Because I do eventually kill them. I just need to be able to sustain heavier spikes. It's possible I don't actually need much more than just another 1,000 shield capacity. Yeah. 3.5 minutes. Yeah. The investors are like, why would we give you more money? You just keep dying. Nah. Poor alien fleet. Alright, there's 4 minutes. Yes. Yes, I have. But only by mostly small fleet. Mostly small ships. I saw like maybe 3 V5 battleships and not much more of the other ones. Alright, we're coming up on 5 minutes. It's okay, I'll just restart the game. Okay, there's 5. Does nobody else reports this bug either? Like, it's never been recreated anywhere, has it? I will wait as long as it takes for you to decide. I'm not worried about it. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe there's some kind of a math overflow, like, does the actual amount of reputation affect the timer at all? Or I guess I should say, what variables do affect the timer? If you don't mind saying. Or is it just a matter of a couple of random variables? Like nothing actual in-game? Is it just a few fixed numbers? Okay. That's about 7 minutes. That's what I'm thinking. 4.247, 4.25 million. See, look at the icon. It flips around. What was that? Oh, I probably hit H. Okay. Closing on 8 minutes. I don't know exactly how the math works on that. Is there a point? If it's re-rolling a chance, then theoretically it could go on forever and technically not be a bug, but just an unintended outcome. But a statistician would argue that that's realistically not the case, but then you would just say, but then it's not predictable at all. And since it happened before to a similar degree, 8.5 minutes, the odds are basically impossible at this point. But nobody else reports it. That might make it more annoying, though. Because eventually they might. It's just like, is it worth fixing, or could it potentially be a big deal at some point? Look at it doing the little flippies. Because there's people that see my reputation and they're like, I'll get there one day. I'll do that too. I want to see what that's like as well. Because, Lyos, you're the only one I've shared that save with. I haven't, like, let other people play this save, and I don't think I should, because it's so far into the end game that once you just have this handed to you, what would you ever want to do again? It would be disenchanting, I think. Yeah, you may just have to bridge something. A short bridge somewhere. Oh, I got the bug when I quit, too. Interesting. So it's not when the new screen comes up, it's when the old screen disappears. So it's when the ship despawns. The fleet ship despawns. Not when it respawns in a new sector. That's interesting. Or it's not allowing for a new, it's just repeating the same outcome rather than rolling for a new value. Either way, it could be either one, but it's probably what you said. Alright, so let's quit. Well, you've already seen those. This is why we're here, Meg. This is why we're here. Yep, pretty much. But I did warp to another sector. It didn't seem to change. It happened before I went to that last one that we timed out for 8 minutes. So it feels like whenever that it feels like it's failing. Either something's causing it to fail automatically every time. Maybe it's getting stuck. Oh, nope. See, it came up when it spawned too. Well, that's weird. Because it doesn't come up twice when I warp. So wait, if I just quit now, does it... It didn't do another 2. What the hell? Okay, just keep going. Maybe last time I just didn't clear it when I warped into that sector. They were probably left over. So it is on the spawn, not the despawn. Okay, that makes more sense. Because it wouldn't be interacting with the state of gunners when they despawn, but it would when they respawn. That's when they would actualize, so... Oh, to see if that bug keeps happening? With, warping? We'll check that in a second. Let's see, so 32:20 is when I warped in. 32 minutes, 20 seconds. Wait, so does that mean I warp out before 34:20 or after? Or does it matter? I guess. Oh, no, we got attacked. Oh, that's the fleet that I want. Oh, they failed. Yeah, see, one seems to have about the same effect. But then my shield just dropped instantly. That's way harsher. Yeah, that's... They're stronger. Or I'm weaker. It definitely feels like I'm getting hit harder, though. Because normally 2 is not that big of a threat. Alright, let's try it with a whole bunch of them. Come on, shoot at the same time, you bastards. What are we even doing here? Alright. You guys waited too long. I took too much damage. Woo! I guess it would help to actually have the numbers on, but I don't normally have them on. So I don't know how much that would actually help. Yeah, they feel a lot stronger. And these guys didn't die fast anyway, so it's not just a cycling effect. I'm taking more damage from the same class of ship. Does that make sense for that to happen? Because it's the same shield configuration as before. And the DR is higher. So did something change in the way that damage resistance calculates against damage? Did that equation change at all? Or is it applying the same way? Because it feels different. I don't know exactly how to describe it. I'll have to do a side-by-side. It's not a bad thing. Like, I can still move around more and not get killed, but it increases the danger a lot. Like, just 2 of them are noticeably different. They feel quite a bit stronger. Although honestly, at 1600 shielding, they wouldn't have to get that much stronger to make a big difference. So it may not be a significant change. It could be a slight change. Look at all the drones now. Holy crap. They're having a hard time staying attached. Oh, they're blittering even when I don't move. They're like vibrating or something. That T is for Tim the Insane being in the first officer's seat there. It's the only way I could remember in the moment without having to think about it. I didn't want to learn that one officer's name just in this save and then always have that thought in my head of looking for Alana Burton. But yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do a side-by-side on the old big fleet battles. The drones really aren't helping this comparison much. But if they're going to have more drones, then it needs to be part of the math. Woo! Either one. But yeah, I would write it up just so we don't forget about it. See, it doesn't seem to hurt my hull as much, though. But it seems like it's dropping my shield faster. Maybe it was the drones. It was a lot of drones, and there's no telling how much they were overlapping. Where's that guy going? See, now I'm not sure. It doesn't feel as bad. It feels like my shield's inconsistent, but the difference now is all those drones aren't there. Or at least not nearly as many. So no bug when the Tim ship warps out, but we do get it when they warp back in again. So it is on spawn. I must have just not cleared it earlier when I quit the game, so I thought it was being affected, but it was just a lingering thing. No, with the large fleets, it's not as bad. It's definitely a lot better than before. Yeah, I'm having to pick my positioning a lot better, which I think will make a lot of people happy. People who like playing big ships will enjoy the challenge more, and people who have historically not been fans of the big ships might find that it's a more enjoyable challenge now. It does seem like moving around helps a lot. You can't just stationary tank anymore is basically what changed. And I don't think that's a bad thing. For me, when I was stationary tanking, it was just to prove that I could. It was just to be an asshole. Yeah, I'm hoping another fleet pops in. It usually took more than one. Oof. They do seem significantly more accurate. Even if the enemy's tougher, it's a good balance. I think people will like that. It's cleaner. Not as realistic as it was before, where it's like, well, they're new, they miss, deal with it. Which I had no problem. Here we go. All right, time to watch the FPS counter. Oh, never mind. It was Marauders. Weird. What are the odds of that happening? Oh. And I found that I can actually drain my flux on an orange flux capacitor from shielding constantly. That's another byproduct, which is a good thing because it means that you do need a cloaking device. The cloaking device is not... Oh, God. It's not just a... Oh, still on cooldown. The cloaking device is not just mistake correction for missing my shield or being in a wrong position. It's now back to being kind of part of the necessary equation. So it's forcing mobility, it's forcing more complex tactics, and then the actual combat is cleaner as far as the AI is concerned. Alright, so let's dock these guys and see if anything changes. So it seems like the solution is that I have to restart the whole game. Simply reloading the save doesn't help. With the Hunter fleet's not warping in, I mean... No errors. I don't have anything against dirty realistic combat, but you know, I mean, the enemies missed as much as we did. But I think most people will prefer the cleaner combat, higher accuracy, tougher enemies, so that the enemies, give or take, die just as fast. It's just, it looks cleaner visually that you're not missing as much. But functionally, not much has really changed, so the people complaining about AI missing, their problem is solved purely cosmetically. Which, again, I ain't mad at. Alright, so we've kind of around 75 to 80 FPS. Now it's under 60. But again, we're not just looking at the FPS, we're looking at the game speed itself. but I don't really notice the game speed lag in the old version until it gets well down under 5 FPS, which so far isn't happening. We're getting close though. Hey, orange shield, or orange that hull reinforcement. Plus 10 to ship's mass. That needed to happen, I think. Adding mass to the reinforcement. Orange mining drone. It's really hard to tell if the game speed's being affected. Like, are we just missing parts of it? Or it's hard to tell. Also, more accurate AI encourages fleet use, which is also something a lot of people weren't super into because they miss a lot, which, again, the enemies also miss less and are tougher, so while your gunners may miss less, the outcome is fairly the same, I think, if not more difficult. But it doesn't feel like it's forcing fleet play either, which I think is important. Yeah, the loot's a big problem. Once the loot filter is on the loot collector beam, it'll be a lot easier. And by easier, I mean I'll be more likely to do it because I'm lazy. But that's okay. No rush or anything, of course. Of course, by the time I pick all this up, another fleet will warp in. Alright, now let's see what happens. Don't you go anywhere, Alana. No, the enemies seem to make consistent speed. It might be losing a little bit here and there, but I think the loss of game speed is improved. It doesn't seem to lose quite as much. It is really hard to tell though. Like, it just goes from one extreme to the other so fast. Like, here's one fleet. Boom, your system's bogged down. Here's a second fleet. Now it's worse. It would probably be easier to test around the 1 or 2 million mark. But letting the fleets pile on so that you can actually compare them better. Without having to do a bunch of side-by-side mess. Although, I guess you could just do side-by-side. Or I can just upgrade my CPU. But again, that's partly what the second job is for. Partly. It does feel better at 2 FPS, but I that could be my faulty memory for all I know. Oh yeah, I work part-time at an auto parts store because I like working on cars, so I figured I might as well get paid to work on people's cars. But it's not at a garage. I'm not a mechanic, just just an employee at an auto parts store who happens to know how to do a few things. Most of the people they hire, the manager said most of the people they hire don't know how to do anything and they train them. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll help you train people then. But like, I said it jokingly, so he was like, ah. But he's seen me there enough, and I told him to, like, we pulled up my account on the website so I could show him everything I've ordered, all the purchases I've made. I'm like, yeah, I did all those things. Like, I've done a few power steering pumps in my life on different cars, a few water pumps, a couple of alternators, a starter. I've modified the air intake on one car. Not custom, not a big custom intake kit, but just modified the existing one. Physically altered it. And actually got decent throttle response out of the car compared to what it was before. Yeah, there seems to be less input lag at 2 FPS, which means the game speed is cleaner. But I'll be able to get hands-on practice working on other people's, not practice, but, well, yeah, technically it's practice. I mean, the way a doctor practices forever. I'll get to work on people's cars and stuff like that, which is just fun for me. Like, it's a lot like getting paid to stream, you know. It's like, it's fun for me. It barely qualifies as work. Just like working at the hardware store barely qualifies as work because it's stuff I enjoy. But not to the extent that I'm gonna like burn out from being over immersed in it. At least not yet. I think that's one thing a lot of people miss the mark on when they talk about work burnout. It's like, yeah, but he likes his job. It's like, no. If you love your job and hate your job, you're at about the same risk of burnout. It's that middle of I don't hate my job, but I don't love doing it. That's where that's not everybody. Some people need to hate their job. Some people need to love their job. That's the exception, not the rule. For most people, you don't want your primary source of income to be doing something that you love for somebody else. Now, if you're self-employed doing what you love, that's different. That's a completely different category, being self-employed. But when you have to play by, here's the input lag. It's not quite skipping to the cursor as fast now. Did we get another wave? Let's clean up some of this loot and see what happens. But that's why indie gamers are less likely to burn out than somebody who loves being or indie developers have a slightly less chance. It still happens a lot, but typically not to an entire team. Whereas burnout can happen to an entire team of people who work for a big development company. They can all burn out at once trying to get a project launched. But at the end of the day, burnout can happen to anyone in any job for any reason. Even if you're not really that overworked. Most of the advice that is consistent when people talk about burnout, whether it's psychologists or people who just have been there or work in stressful, demanding jobs, it's what you do to mitigate the stress on the outside. And whether you actually take the time to appreciate the time between clocking out at the end of the day and then clocking in for your next shift. That time, what you do with that time has a lot more to do with burnout, theoretically, in theory, according to some people. I'm not an expert. In case anybody thought differently, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not sure how anyone would have got the impression that I was. But since I'm giving advice in that regard, or at least relaying advice, I should say, just for the record, not a psychologist. I've studied psychology here and there, but not enough that anyone should actually give a shit about my opinion on a professional level. But I maintain that I agree with the fact that it does have a lot more to do with what you do on the outside, how satisfied you are with your non-work life. It's like that Geico commercial. The guy looks stressed as hell coming out of work with like his briefcase and a handful of papers, and he's trying to eat, but then he gets on the motorcycle and his hair grows out and he's all super zen and he's like, ah. It's like, yeah, he's overworked, overstressed, and on the verge of a breakdown, except he's got something he loves to do on the outside, and it balances it out. Not to say that you won't get tired and burn out eventually anyway, but it helps. It mitigates it. It pushes it off, so like maybe you just need to get that extra week or two before you burn out to finish a project, and then you can relax anyway, and then you don't have to worry about the burnout, you know? Doesn't have to be a permanent solution. For me, it's doing stuff that I am good at and enjoy, but it's not like working on cars isn't my passion, but it's definitely been to hobby level for me. Working on computers, it's the same way. I wouldn't say I have a passion for it, but I have been passionate about it at times when I'm building computers for other people, the same as when I think that's what it is. It's more about when I do it for other people. Just like building computers for other people, working on other people's cars. I think that helps more than anything. And that helps with burnout a lot too. Just feeling useful outside of what you get paid to do. I think that's something a lot of people miss out on in their life, and I think it's a lot more important to our sanity than a lot of people realize. You know, the idea that we're social creatures and that we need to interact with each other, but it's like it's not just about finding people that you can enjoy going to a bar and having a drink with, right? Like actually feeling like a functioning member of your community is psychologically good for you. It might sound like kind of cheesy, sappy, even naive. Because, like, I mean, who's got the time to go out of their way to just be free help to whoever needs it? But there's opportunities here and there, and they'll give you a little boost. It's okay to be polite and kind and useful and selfless for selfish reasons. It's okay if that's part of your motive. It's okay to acknowledge that. I mean, obviously it shouldn't be the primary motivation, but it's okay to acknowledge, like, yeah, it makes me feel good to help people with no expectation of a reward other than just, you know, that little mental boost that we get from it. So, both of my jobs heavily involve hobbies. I don't know. I mean, I was going to go to work for a game publisher to be a game tester. That could have been a disaster. I might have hated that, or I might have loved it. I guess it really depends on if the work felt like it was accomplishing something useful to society. That's why the hippies were like, I can't just be another cog in the machine, man. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't make the machine evil. It's just, you just went, you just got too deep. Now you're going in the exact opposite direction, being a hippie. It's from one extreme to the other. It's not necessarily the right answer. It's not necessarily the wrong one either. I believe there's a lot of people out there who function better at that level of being the anti-cog. That's why I feel fortunate that I actually have the opportunity to do these jobs, because I know that a lot of them are available, because it's not necessarily that people can't do them, it's just not something they would ever want to do. Oh, I didn't turn my shield back up. I'm like, wow, this is worse than before. What happened? I happened. Oh, I should be going this way. Smarter. Come on. Oh, thank God. I was like, was I wrong? Did they come in from his side? Okay, now my spinal mount did seem to kill that guy really fast. I'm going to keep an eye on that, because they didn't used to die that quick. Like, occasionally they would, but it seems that more consistently that they're dying faster. Now this guy's shield is already gone. I guess that's about normal. That's about the same as before. Come on, guys. You gotta know what's about to happen here. Oh, you almost synced up. These guys don't seem much stronger than before, but these do. Did you change the stats on the death ray? Nah, you would have mentioned that earlier, maybe. Unless you wanted me to guess it. Oh, shit. Uh-oh, I'm out of flux. Man, this whole time my shields were... Brain not brain good today. See, now I can't tell. Maybe I'm just taking less damage now because of the lag. That's the problem when the game speed shifts, is it's not necessarily consistent. The math starts to desynchronize a little bit, I think. Ooh, there they go. Oh, Burton's still up. Well, that was the wrong boat. Okay, what else were we going to test? There was something else, right? Yeah, that didn't hit that guy at all. Yeah, it feels like shield recharge is happening faster than damage for everyone now. I don't know. Here comes another fleet. We did get it up to 4 FPS, but now it's going to drop out again. Good golly. It takes about the same amount of time for my ship to turn a 180 as it did under the 2 FPS. It really doesn't seem all that different. Maybe it's not the game speed, but something seems to shift in the damage to defense ratios when it starts to lag out like that. It feels like me and the enemies take more damage at higher FPS. They do seem a little bit tougher, especially the battleships. The carriers not seem kind of the same. Hostile warping. What, marauders? They're sending more Vangi here? Wow. I rarely get attacked by the Vangi and other systems. I mean, I know the first wave was just them following me from the previous system, but another wave of them came in. That's unusual for me. It's the smell. I think we lost Laios. Yeah, he probably just fell asleep. He said he's on vacation, so hopefully he's doing something cool. Or resting up to do something cool. Looks like Burton's stuck on the gate. There were enemies there, though. They're probably fighting someone. Ah. Another one? Holy shit. Let's see how fast I lose my flux when I just keep spamming the barrier. Yeah, it was a marauder. How about them apples? Dumb little silver star Taurus. Oh, I guess I am firing my spinal mount too, though. I don't know, maybe it's the same as before. It might just be just as tough, and I just haven't played recently enough for a proper comparison. Yikes. Perfect. Yeah, the repair on this is not great. But that just means spending a little more time on the outside edge, less time toward the middle of them. Nice. Again? Wow. More marauders? More marauders. I'm digging that. Not because it's any kind of useful, but just as a thing that exists. What are they all doing? They can't be fighting the station. They would have won by now. I mean, them's just facts, baby. So that I want to get it to 2,500. Whoa. I don't understand what's happening, but I don't like it. I did not attack the station on purpose. Whoopsie. My bad. $3,000. Okay. All right, let's try this out. Wow, 4,500, huh? And also, since I'm enjoying the heavy Zentronium plating. Oh, I don't have more. Oh, I do. I have two. Perfect. $74 DR. 85. 69. 82. Perfect. All right. Oh, wrong boat. Every time I pick this thing up, I die. Or every time I destroy it, I suppose I should say. Okay. You guys want to help? It's okay. You can get in on this. Doesn't make sense for us to be in a formation if we're not getting surrounded. But I guess we'll do it your way since I don't have a choice. Come on. It's definitely cleaner looking with the higher accuracy. So I'm give or take at a 2-to-1 ratio here. I still like the 10-to-1 early game because you're not fighting big swarms, so it makes more sense to have the capacity. But a lower ratio, a tighter ratio can still be very useful, very functional. It's just that you're bound to run into things that can burst down that shield if it's too small. Especially in a more nimble ship where it's just easier to hit and run. Or at least a mild version of hit and run that you back away from combat enough to reduce the amount of damage you're taking, not necessarily getting all the way out. Per se. That's a lot more comfortable. I don't know if it's enough. Maybe 3,500. Boy, Lana, you're just not helping at all, are you? Let's see. It seems pretty functional. Oh, look who's shooting their guns finally. Okay, I just got hit by 3 death rays and it had almost 0 impact on my shield. So if he optimizes away more of this lag, it's gonna make these fights a lot tougher. That could be the only reason they're tougher, is because he optimized the performance a little bit. That may be the only factor, or it could be the at least the majority. It would be really hard for me to tell until it's not a factor anymore. But the other problem is every time he optimizes it and I test it, I end up with another 500,000 reputation for a bigger fleet. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know what it's like. It's like life, man. I don't know. Alright, here comes another fleet. This is the ultimate lag down party. Not taking any simultaneous death rays yet. Come on, all together now. At least 2 or 3 of you. No problem. Happy to help. Because this shit is still shit tons of fun. So thank you. Alright, let's fight some pirates for a minute here. I want to get some full speed action going. And I did kind of get a little extra reputation lowering with them. Not dramatic, but we're getting close to the 1,000,000 mark. Whoa. Are they following me? Why did it drop down? What's happening? No, Laios, come back. Something's wrong. What is happening? They did follow me, son of a bitch. I thought that had to be it. It's okay, it'll be limited. It's not going to end up like it. Oh, shit. That was 2 hostile warpins. It's okay, we'll still be able to knock this down pretty easily. It'll take some time, but it'll speed up pretty quick. Never mind, nothing's wrong. Come on, get the kills. So this will just be a matter of time now. Just waiting for enough of them to die. The pirates can't restock faster than I can kill them. So even though the Vangu fleet was pretty big, we'll slowly whittle it back down and the performance will come back up. No big deal. In the meantime, let's talk about music. Been listening to Polyphia lately. Instrumental prog metal rock funk stuff. It's a lot of fun. Some interesting music, and watching these people play their instruments is fascinating. Ridiculously talented people. Who recently collaborated with many artists, including Steve Vai. Whatever that means for you. Most people, probably not much. Oh yeah, Hunter Dreadnoughts. You fight the Vangi for too long, you forget that's a thing. But you can imagine fighting V6s and Zeus in battle. Like, lots of them. It'd be really tough. Especially now. The V6 is practically invincible as a level 60 gold star, I bet. Especially if there's 10 of them, you know, I mean, minor details. $4,350,000. Alright, we made it up to 7 FPS. Charge at the repair ships. Beat them up first. I'm reclaiming my frame rates. Give them back. You evil bug bean bastards. Are they green beans? Are they grasshoppers? I don't know. But I bet they're green. Oh, we got up to 14 and then more pirates showed up. Alana, kill something for fuck's sake. Not you, Davies, the other one. She's like literally waiting for stuff to come by. If it wasn't for this other pirate fleet coming in from the far side, she'd still be doing basically nothing. But they're just medics. Don't shoot the medics. Bullshit. Not how war works. It's how we like to pretend war works, but we know it's not true. Hospitals get bombed. Sorry. I'm not saying it should happen, I'm saying that's strategically correct. Alright, we're up to 30 and then more fleet. Ah, look at them all. Ooh. Relax, ladies, there's enough of me to go around. And by go around, I mean, you're all gonna die. No need to rush it. The soft pelting of your weak little spinal mounts. It's like a massage for my hull. Oh, you have ramming weapons? Too bad you'll never move fast enough for it to matter. Because I'm gonna sit right on top of you. Just like it happened. Nice. And this system is just about clean. Emlyn! You have to pick up the escape pods that you find scattered throughout systems. Either with or without a distress beacon. Some of them don't have a distress beacon. But you'll see them on the radar. I mean, they look like any other loop, but if you fly around and check, you'll see them. It's just random chance. After the first one or two special crew in a given save, the odds of finding another one start to go down. So it can take a while. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I started with that one. But I also have Ziggy, Rollo, and Tim the Insane. But this save is like over 100 hours old, so it takes time to get them. I also did stop picking up escape pods, though, after a while. I think I have Splattercat on this one, too. Somewhere. Oh, and I think, what's his name? The one that buffs mining. I think he's on here too, but he's on a different ship. My mining Zeus. Yeah, it's random drop. Now, once you find an NPC like that and you save, that NPC becomes available for unlock or for starting a new game with, but you can only start with one. I usually start with mine, not just out of pure narcissism, but I chose the stats for it, so it's the way I like a starting character to be. What, a streamer? A narcissist? Gosh, that could never happen. There we go. Oh, nice. So this is all big time spoiler. Yeah, I fight against massive fleets of enemies because I tanked my reputation as far as possible. -4 million with the Vangi. I will just say be careful of your reputation. The lower it gets, the bigger the enemy fleets get. I won't say anything else unless you specifically want me to. But that's something that screws people up a lot. It's why you get. It's why when you kill a member of a faction, you get some positive and some negative, so you can balance it out. Some things are fun to learn the hard way. That one, most people typically find that they don't enjoy learning that the hard way. But other than that, most of the game is fun to learn the hard way. For me, pretty much anything, good or bad. It's why even though I've played the game over 2,000 hours, there's still some things I don't quite remember. It's a combination of me not really paying enough attention to it, but also having been playing through so many changes in the game that it's like I'm used to 10 different iterations of everything. It's fun. It's not like with music where when you find a band late, you've got, 10 albums to go through. When you get into a game late, you have just the latest version, unless you know how to manipulate the versions in Steam, which is totally possible. But I don't recommend doing that unless you actually played those other versions, otherwise it just gets weird and confusing. Where'd all the enemies go? There's no way we killed them all. Oh, they're still... Okay. But this is why I've been able to play this game for 2,000 hours. It's mostly fighting these massive fleets. It's just so fun. That is not the worst way to do it. Now, eventually you'll want a bigger challenge, and you'll be like, wait, is it a bigger challenge to just focus on one enemy rather than many? Because it seems counterintuitive, but the way Reputation works, it's actually the best way to do it, because the enemy fleets get bigger. If you spread the Reputation out, then you've got 2 weak enemies that are easier to fight, and you get more gear by the time one of them becomes a really big challenge from those fleet drops. Uh-oh. This is getting pretty bad. I'm about to get my butt kicked here. Formation! But it sounds like you already get that, because you're mitigating the excessive difficulty by keeping your reputation balanced. And that is absolutely the way to do that. I broke formation and I almost died again. Ah, there's another fleet coming and I haven't even had time to kill these guys. That's when the challenge really ramps up. And it'll cycle sometimes, like you'll adapt and then they'll get bigger. And then you'll adapt and then the fleet gets bigger. But yeah, getting to become the bullet hell boss and to build a fleet of bullet hell bosses and then fight fleets that are bigger and stronger than you, it's just like, I mean, I grew up on arcade games, and so this is like free fun for me. I've gotten my money's worth out of this game so many times over. Now keep in mind, this is the new beta that just launched, so not everybody... The major change was to the way armor works, but that's okay. It gets more complex, but it's functionally not all that different. It's almost better to learn the old armor system first before getting into the new one, depending on how well you adapt to, you know, extra numbers to think about. Some people are used to hyper complex games, and I don't think this one counts as hyper complex yet, but there is a lot to think about when you're fighting. Oh, the lag is setting in. So these fleets can get so big that it lags out my computer, but that doesn't usually start happening really bad until around the 2 to 3 million negative reputation mark. But it also depends on what computer you have too. And another thing that's really hard for new players when they watch me play is the things that I destroy to make room in my inventory for more orange junk. When people see you destroy a stack of ancient relics on purpose, the first time somebody sees that, it's usually a bit of a jolt. I don't usually give trigger warnings for that kind of thing, but Some people have mentioned that it's kind of hard to watch. I don't blame them. I've experienced that with other games. Alright, I'm gonna have to warp out so I can get the performance back. We're hitting that critical lag that just isn't functional anymore. Well, I should have kept that momentum. I also fly big ships without inertial controls, which is weird for a lot of people. Like, it does make steering the ship a little bit wonky until you get really used to it, but it's for free space for more shield chargers, so I'm just like, whatever. I don't care. I just... Oh, these are all the custom weapons that I have. Some of the orange... Uh-oh, where did you come from? Wow, I stored a bunch of stuff I didn't want. Okay. But that's why I destroy relics. I've got 100, and I come across them constantly. When your save gets this old, it's just like... well, orange items will drop from higher level enemies, basically. And getting your reputation down is one way to do that. And then again, you could always boost it back up later. If you want to reduce, you can, even if you get in over your head with these big fleets, you can always just go fight the Children of Terra. And then do missions for them, and then kill them, and then do missions for them. It'll take a while, but that would slowly raise my Vangi reputation for killing the Children of Terra guys. It takes a long time to do that, though. There's been talk of from the developer that he might want to do other ways that you can reduce or correct your reputation, get it closer to get that negative reputation up, either through a money sink, but not direct. I don't think it would be direct, but maybe small amounts you could do directly, large amounts you would have to do missions. It's all up in the air. It's nothing really decided there. But you can also just get oranges from missions. So high level, high tier missions at high level stations. You don't necessarily have to get negative reputation, but it tends to be the fastest way to get orange drops. But you will end up with a lot of orange drops that you don't want. Like, I can't tell you, you saw my stash, I can't tell you how many lateral thrusters and small gyros I have in orange that I'll never have enough ships to use them all. Damn. He's going to repair that by the time he gets back into combat. Alana, go fight something, bud. Come on, wake up. You're killing me, Smalls. Right. They're making a dent, but they're going to send reinforcements really soon here. There they come. Alright, Alana. Now you have to get into combat. You don't have a choice anymore. They're going to be surrounding us like crazy. Oh, yeah. Look at all the drones. Oh my god. They're not even spinning anymore. I don't have point defense. I just have to kill all the idiots that are throwing drones at me. They're not using them on the other two. Just me. It's weird that they're not moving. Oh, I love it. So many times people would make threads or posts on Discord like, oh, the AI needs to be more accurate. It's so frustrating. And he's like, yes, now they're more accurate. Yours and the enemies are tougher. Aren't you so happy now? It's perfect. I think it's exactly what the combat needed. Like, crafting can be very powerful, yeah. Absolutely. I'm not using any pre-made weapons. These are all custom. As are both of my fleet ships. They're using very similar setups. They just don't have anything in their spinal mounts. So they're able to have full loadouts for their permanent weapons, which, when you're fighting giant fleets like this, because they don't have enough weapon capacity to fill every slot on the ship, I find that not giving them spinal mounts is the best way to go. Personal opinion, though, I recommend people try it both ways, because maybe you disagree. Don't mistake the fact that I've played for 2,000 hours as an indicator that you should listen to my advice. Try it maybe, but don't necessarily just presume it, ever. The more certain I sound, the more likely I am to be wrong. Surround me, you bastards. Let's get the floating numbers out of here for a minute. I don't really need to see. I don't need to know what the numbers are. It's all up here, man. No, I'm looking at the visual part, the bars. That's all. See, now it's a good fight now that it's all slow and laggy. Damn it. Click, click, click. There it is. I keep forgetting to pre-select. They followed me. Hooray. Your torpedoes did nothing. Gosh darn mosquitoes. This is like the opposite of if a player got to put a bunch of quarters into our arcade machine and play all the lives at once. And it still wasn't enough to kill the boss. Oh, look at that. Insta-ban. Come on, let me do it. Sorry about that, folks. That shit happens. I hope nobody's ignorant enough to click on those links. It's never what it says, and it's always a virus, or a scam, or both, i.e. ransomware. I do this weird thing where I back up my files, so if I ever got hit for ransomware, I would just shut off all my computers and then reinstall Windows on all of them immediately. Like, I have physical written lists of every program to reinstall and any passwords and login information. It's not hard to keep updated. You could actually just turn off the Wi-Fi and pull the antenna out of a cheap tablet and record it all there. You can even just take pictures so you don't have to type it. If you're that paranoid. And there's no reason not to be. Not because it's likely to happen, but because it's easy to do. I mean, would you rather deal with ransomware or spend the afternoon reinstalling a couple of programs? I've watched people play EVE Online. It's interesting. I haven't tried it yet, but it's on my list. I actually have not played a lot of the really core games of this genre, and it's because they're usually neat, but they're not as nostalgic as the original games from the 90s. But this one is. This one checks so many of the boxes. It's like an arcade sandbox. That's, it's like Diablo 2 in space. Eventually they're going to stop sending more ships in, I think. There we go. That allows them to get far enough in between the ships that all of our guns will fire more often. Although, I got a couple of them. Against the small ships, you actually want to loosen the formation a little bit, even though technically it's riskier, and in real combat you wouldn't want to do it. But since our shields are holding, and it's just as much a game of killing them faster, it's nice to let them in a little bit, because again, it maintains more options to shoot at, your guns fire more consistently, you kill them faster because they're surrounding you more. It's just big ship tactics. When you fight the battleships, the V5s, you actually want to really tighten your formation so that you can kind of scoot around your ship, your escorts, to force the enemy to shoot two different targets with their death rays, which in turn effectively combines your shield recharge with a good tight formation. But see, I really love games like Factorio and Oxygen Not Included, but I never really played those games to the end. I've started multiple saves on both of them, but they just get so awkwardly tedious toward the end. This game does not, and a lot of games do. It's just like, what if I didn't? What if I only wanted it to scale in size and not in complexity? It's like, this game would be really fun if they would take it down a notch with the D&D appeal. But some games like that are really fun when they get that ridiculously complex. I've definitely played the shit out of Diablo. The 2,000 hours I've put into Star Valor in the last 3 years doesn't hold a candle to how many hours I must have put into Diablo in the last 20. Diablo 2. 20 plus years. It was the late 90s, right? Like 97, or no, maybe it was 99. 2000. I don't know. Give or take 2 decades. I couldn't even guess. Like, certainly more than 10,000, but God, it could be a lot more. I have no idea. Same with the original StarCraft game. Never got into part 2, but the original played the crap out of. Didn't like Diablo 3, but I could still go back and play Diablo 2, remastered or not. Somehow this game shames them all. And I do like the Hell and Nightmare mode in Diablo 2 as well. You beat the game, you can go all the way back around. The enemies are tougher, but it's more than just tougher. They're different. just like the enemies in this. A lot of the monsters in whatever the final difficulty is, there's actually fewer of them, but they're much stronger, much tougher, much smarter. They will mess you up. And they always have some full immunity to some element. So no matter what, you have to diversify or just go for raw physical damage. Although some are resistant to physical, it's crazy. Especially the bosses. That game just offered so much replayability. And every time when they added the, not every time, the one time they added 2 new characters, it was like, oh, here we go again. It's a brand new game now. Twice. Not bad. They're usually pretty good at evading a spinal mount. Oh, I guess I'll grab it. Okay. Where was that? Okay. Railgun category. No, I just made it up. Welcome, welcome everybody. Let's see. Are they attacking? Oh no, that's leftovers. I was like, I'm not in their system. They shouldn't be attacking me. Just remnants. Let's see, here we go. Do. There they are. what to do. Where was that? Ooh. How about you two stay on the front? And I'll scrape up what gets behind us. Go ahead, Alana. Get in there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't wait for me. Let's see. Just scrolling. Never scroll up. It's not good for you. Okay. See, with both of them becoming focal points, we're taking less damage in total. But I still have to get out here and get the kills. Just not the same ones they're trying to kill. That way we maximize our kill speed. Nah, that jam's too mellow, bro. Pick it up. That'll do. Only to attack or not. If I click on an enemy and press F, they'll sort of focus on the enemy. And if I press H, they're supposed to stop firing, but there's a bug with that right now in the beta. So, no big deal. That should be, he said it should be pretty easy to fix that one. But you can't directly position them, not like StarCraft. We're not quite at the real-time strategy phase. Come on. The enemy's not being aggressive enough now. I think that's part of the lag. So I'll just run through here and clean some of this up. Really piss them off. There we go. This one guy's just like, uh-oh. Spot him out. What is heavy fullerite? Oh, that's the not good one. Like, really not good. Alright, back to pirates. I can't stare at the lag anymore. When that happens, you just have to hold the mouse button down to get it to warp. What's funny is the pirates at minus 749,000. I could just stay cloaked the whole time. Like, lay my phone on the spacebar and let my fleet do all the work. Actually, I could put my fleet away, put my phone on the spacebar to keep my ship in one spot, and just fight them myself. At this reputation level, they cannot hurt me. This Vangi fleet might be kind of annoying, but the pirates cannot hurt me yet. I think I could passively fight pirates just sitting here staring at the screen, not doing anything. Probably up to about 2 million. Maybe actually more, because they don't have as powerful a spinal mount as the Vangi do. I could probably get pirate reputation down to like minus 6 million. Their ships just aren't as strong as the Vangi. Now, against the small fleets, who's to say? You know, that's a completely different story. But their battleship spinal mounts? I don't know, maybe the small ship fleets of pirates would make up for it. I just know they don't have anything close to a Vangi death ray. And I kind of wish there was a version of the Cerberus with the spinal mount. Just get rid of all 4 of the forward guns. So the only forward gun is the spinal mount. One big one. Like the Vangi, the V6. Maybe even more obnoxious. Alright. You do kind of have to move around a bit, though. Not much fun to watch otherwise, even as the player. All the repair ships that are just like, meh, bye. Oh yeah. So when they're flying around like this, because they're repair ships, just go pick a debris field and sit on it. They'll eventually come stop next to you. Unfortunately, it does mean being stationary again. Just like that. Come on, send another fleet, you bastards. I'm ready. Okay, now I'm ready. There they are. Whoa. Yikes. Efficient. everybody's getting into the act. Stop pushing, you guys. Come on. Alright, alright. There we go. Yeah, they're just not sending enough after me. Oh, there was a wave coming. Maybe they'll chase me here. They did! Question is, can I kill them all before the Vangies show up? Because that could be a problem. But I can just dive into the middle of these guys to make sure all my guns are always firing. No, not the cloak, damn it. That could be a problem. Uh-oh. This is not going to end well. Or maybe I'm wrong. Just got to keep an eye on how many of them are about to fire at one time. Try to offer up Davies as an alternative target. Spinal mount ready. Great. Awesome. What are you doing? Come on, Burton, wake up. Good idea. I know they were fighting people back there, you can tell, but doesn't matter. There. But don't move. Just like you've been not moving this entire time. Alright. Look at him go. Not bad, man. You're making it work. Took too long to get in formation, but at least I know I can be pushy. Next time I'll just be quicker about it. The two of them should be killing faster than me by myself. Maybe not a lot faster, but... No, actually, their weapons are pretty comparable to mine. They just don't have the spinal mount, which clearly I'm not even really using that much. They're not getting attacked anymore, or just missiles? They're shooting. That's fine. Well, kinda shooting. Enemies are coming in from the other side, so I should just switch sides. Not really over here. Let's see. Alright, let's drag this fleet to the pirate sector now. And fight a couple of pirate waves. I really don't need these. They're funny to collect, but ultimately pointless. They didn't chase me? No, they did. They just haven't shown up on my radar yet. You can tell because of the frame rate. Frame rate overlay is cheating. Cheetah! Where are they? Nah, whatever. Come on now. There they come. It had to load them. Oh no, it's not. The Vangi aren't showing up, it's just the pirates. They don't always chase you, but kind of feel like they should. Oh yeah, come get some. Take out the repair ships before they start running around like jerks. Oh no! The poor Cerberus got trapped in the fence. Poor puppy dog. Wouldn't you just know it? Feels bad, man. What are they doing? Are they still fighting? No. Can't be. They are. Sort of. There are Vangi. I knew it. Why didn't they attack me? They were supposed to show up before pirates. That's weird. I've never seen that. Oh, this isn't the follow fleet. This is just a random hunter fleet because I'm next to a Vangi system. It's still not what I thought it was. Who pissed off the civilians? Oh yeah. Nice try. Hostile warping, we got more pirates. Alright, you guys fight the pirates. I'll clean up the Vangi repair ships, since that's probably the cleanest way to get this done. You have to order your fleet ships to attack repair ships. For now. I don't think it's always going to be that way. So if there's actual enemies that they'll automatically fight, let them do that. Of course, with all the repair ships around, it could be faster to actually manually do it to kill these guys first. I don't think it's a huge difference, and it's probably not as fun. Could be wrong though. so much freaking money. 280 million. It just keeps going up by the thousands. Ridiculous. I can't wait for the money sinks. They're coming. Well, that's the thing. One of the toughest things about the Zeus is that those side mounts. This is actually a really good conversation to have. And I've had it before, but it bears repeating in my opinion. The short version is that because beam weapons automatically are an even amount of points, unless you go for the improved beams, the improved laser beam. But otherwise, they're not going to be an odd number, unless you make them PD, but then you lose so much damage for that in range, it's not worth it. So, because you basically have to put a 2-point beam in, and then you can use 2 boosters or 4 boosters to get it up to 3-point to fill the slot, you lose a lot of DPS. Now, of course, you could just put 2-point beams in all these, not bump them to 3, and then you can maximize on your spinal mounts, but I find spinal mounts to be more effective against one big enemy, not so useful against the never-ending fleets. I just have one because I happen to have the extra space for it. That's why it's 9 and not 10. So I deprioritize the spinal mounts, and then these, rather than being a single beam core, are 3 regular projectile laser cores. So the DPS does come out a bit higher. Of course, the other benefit of beams is that, you know, it's a beam, they're more accurate, but you see how close the enemies get, how much they crowd around me? Accuracy is really not that important. It sounds weird to say it, but watch this. What happens when I miss? Well, a lot of the time I'm hitting something else. Not all the time. There's plenty of missing to be done, but beams miss too. I'm just saying these kind of make up for it. Because you get a lot of overfire. With the beams, they stop shooting when they need to switch targets. With these, they just keep shooting. So there's a lot of overfire where other enemies will fly into the line of fire and get swatted a little bit. So at the end of the day, I think the projectiles work better in this particular scenario, but I haven't done like really hardcore side-by-side comparisons to be able to justify it. It just seems to make sense once you've tried it both ways enough. Beams are fun though. I love the shit out of some beams. Especially with twin big ass beams on the spinals. It gets nasty. And part of the fun of having this obnoxiously long save, like I think it's at 130 hours or more. It's somewhere around that. It's that I kind of sort of have unlimited resources. Just slowed down a little. You too, huh? Yikes. Yep. So if you're fighting regular enemies or stations or basically anything that's not a massive never-ending hunter fleet, yeah, then having 2-point beams and actually having your spinal mounts, it's really good. It's not the wrong way to do it by any means. It's probably a lot better. But I think of it like this. three 266 DPS. Not only that, but the 17 and 40. $322, 80, and 71. So then you not only do you not do as much damage, right? What was the other one? 320. $266. Wait, what? Oh, but yeah, but the heat goes up, so you lose. Did he change something? That's a lot better. It does take a lot more power and heat, though. It is kind of out of control. Still only 100 heat. I don't know. Maybe he changed something. It's a lot of power, though. I don't generate that much power, which means I'd have to sacrifice a lot of my repair or my recharge. What am I missing, though? Not that. Oh, I didn't put any free boosters on this one. Derp. There, it's the same. Give or take. I didn't use my free boosters. So 320 DPS. $320 DPS, same range, just a ton more heat and power. But yeah, to compare to these, that's the 3-point version. Oh, there it is. So that's what my side guns are. 721 DPS. Probably should have factored that in before. Whereas this only goes to 417. So the more you build out the weapon, the bigger the gap is between, like, at basic modifiers, it's pretty similar, but even just adding the rapid fire, your DPS goes up significantly. Your heat will start to get close to the same level, but not quite as high. But it's the power draw that really goes down a lot and allows you to bolster your defenses, which is really important. I mean, I've got 1300 shield recharge, and they still manage to knock it down pretty often. It's just that I can pop a barrier and it instantly goes back up again. $417. Not as hot, but doesn't matter. Because the amount of power draw difference, the gap in power draw is basically double. So the amount of extra cooling that I put on for these doesn't compare to the amount of extra power that I need for these, because these you have to power each weapon, whereas with cooling each weapon, it's one number across the board. It's not a cumulative effect. So it requires a couple of pirate heat sinks versus, I think it's at least 2 Vangi large reactors. At least 2 more. I think it's actually 3 to have enough power for beams. But that doesn't make it not fun. I assure you, it is still very fun. There. That's not so bad looking now. Yep, 3 space. So I need microchips and copper. And these are... Ha! Awesome. Oh, right. I was going to do 2 so that I could do spinal mounts. And at first, I'm only going to build the 6, the basic 6. Okay, now we need 6-point beams. Yikes. It's not pretty. What did these end up as? 100. That's pretty damn tough. 113. Let's see, 176 or... Oh, what happened to my... Wait, whoa. When... Damn it, come on. Six. Okay. $104. Continuous boosted without overload. We get 194 damage. With overload, it's way too hot. And 76. 194, but a little hotter. Okay, so that way. That's the way to do it. No, teeth. Talons is redundant and wrong. Oh, bismuth. Oh crap, I did that wrong. You have to set them one at a time if you want them to be listed in the proper sequence. Or at least by pairs. Otherwise, the default to spinal mount gets kind of irritating. Trying to rearrange everything in the right order. Okay. Now we'll make the spinal mounts. And we're going to remember that they have massive weapon heat generation reduction, 25%, so basically 75%. So I need to make the weapon 4 times hotter, so I can make it as hot as 400. Which doesn't seem to be a problem. Let's see. Am I missing something? I could make it charge longer. Oh, what? We have 2 more free boosters? It's not going to let me add more crit mods. No. Fine, give it more range. There's literally nothing else to add. Nickel for the range mod. Damn it, come on. I was like, wait, do they not have it? $214. We need it at 104. 109 will do. And so, oh, that's too hot. Yeah, that's going to overheat real fast. I miscalculated. 300 was our limit. That's why I'm only building 1. No, damn it, that's still too hot. $444. $240. 400. I'm not feeling that. $502. Yeah, I think we need to go that far. Nice. Oh yeah, I was adding their 25% to the spinal mounts as well, that's why. Wow, what a disconnect, Jesus. Paul Asimov does not have that kind of heat reduction at all. Except I ran out of green crystals. Didn't I? Ah. Lame. Why, that can mean only one thing. This is some real fun right here. Considering no basic enemies can even stand up to the weapons I have so far. I'll show you one of my other weapon sets that's just absolutely devastating, but still doesn't quite come close because of the same problem that beams have, being the 2-point. And I'll demonstrate it in the place that it inspired me to realize what was happening and why the projectile lasers would be better. It's because of Somebody pointed it out to me, but I wouldn't have like really made the connection. I would have just been like, oh yeah, well, whatever. But what I'm about to do really drives the point home. It really demonstrates it. And it's going to solve the problem of not being able to finish building the weapons for this ship. Rather quickly, I might add. I don't suppose I've sold this guy any green crystals. Nope. Blue ones, though. Yeah, got all the materials I need. This is a very, 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 very different Zeus. Custom Gatling plasma. Overload, for the most part. Pretty modest setup. 50 shield recharge, 1000 shield capacity. Nothing you want to take into combat. 23 purple PMC refineries. Might be fine, they can only fire for 7. Nah, the way it was set up before, the old laser beams that I made that I discarded, they were not good. They would have overheated after about a second and a half. "23 purple PMC refineries." This is also sort of different weapon set, but this is also how I funded all 3 of the other Zeus. The first one I had to do the old-fashioned way, and then once I had the first one, it's just a matter of doing this. Why did my refinery shut off? Oh, because I don't have enough power for them. Looks like I need a power upgrade. I don't remember it being so bad. Ah, Marauders. The hell out of here. You I can fight. And then you just destroy the things you don't need. Right now, I only need green crystals. Just have to make sure I don't accidentally destroy any green crystals. It can be very frustrating. Don't want to be impatient about this. I guess I don't even really need the refineries if all I want are the crystals, which means I can turn my guns back up. Just pile it all up now. One step at a time. I think 50 will be enough, huh? Guess we can get a couple extra just in case. Hostile. That's subjective. Hostile intention, maybe, but they're not capable of hostilities of any consequence. Oh yeah, this ship doesn't have a repair system, does it? Like, really not fit for combat. The cloaking device is the one thing that might be able to save it in a pinch. That's about it. It's not hard to have enough power to permacloak when you're not running a repair system. Oh, co-pilot or as the gunner? Because even though it's not a projectile that he can make it bigger, he still gets damage buff. He does make a good first officer, though. Oh wait, it's a V6 though. It is considered a co-pilot, isn't it? I always forget that. What? What the fuck? That's not it. Ah. I can't wait for a good old-fashioned recipe book. Okay, now that leaves me 7. So I could do what? 2, 2, 1.5, 1.5. Yay. That's about right. Yep. Yep. $51. That's gonna hurt. Alright, now before we get going, that should power the weapons better. Ooh, it still can't keep up. Holy cow. Those, I mean, they do take 15 power each. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. There's really not a lot of room to free that up either. You could just take a couple out, but I mean, it's not good. You just pulse fire it. You just let off once in a while so it recharges. End of story. Oh yeah. Should probably upgrade them. Let's just reload. That'll be faster. Whoops. Oh, golly, golly. I think it's faster. Maybe it wasn't. It's a big save. There's a lot going on. Now save. Still have 82 relics. No big deal. Okay. So our spinal mounts do 14.5 and 16 damage. Blip. Nuclear Winter, how's it going? Also, the other drawback of having two spinal mounts is never having enough flux for your barrier. That, in long drawn out wars against huge Vangi fleets, oh man. It's nice to be able to give a 1-2 punch now and then, but you're not necessarily using a lot more spinal power. Just the one spinal mount is enough to kind of sap it down pretty fast. So you just can't do it very often. Which means you have to make it count, unlike that part where I did not. Oh, power's holding. That's kind of surprising. And then comes the stagnation part where they're cycling too much and I can't really do any damage. There's some kills. It's tough, man. You're pretty much completely reliant on your spinal mounts to get kills, which means never having enough flux for your barriers. But it sure looks fucking cool. Can't argue with that. Now, if you're going to skirt the edge of their fleet, you can kind of make it work. But as far as I can tell, it's still a bit slower. I would almost say do it more like what I have my other one set up like, the projectiles. Go for the only the leftovers on the spinal mount. Put as much damage as you can into the side beams. Yeah, they do. They're the worst. It's literally the toughest thing to do in the game is fight more than 5 of those, or 10 really. 10 is where more than 10 doesn't make any difference, basically. But anyway, that's why I stick with projectiles. Lasers are more fun. Plasma cannons are more fun. Most things are more fun. Railguns, quantum pulses. It's just not as effective. But things like that get balanced and adjusted. We'll see how many people actually get to this point in the game where it makes a difference. Because frankly, I keep telling him, I'm like, don't adjust it for this level of gameplay, anything. And he knows. It's not like I need to tell him. It's not like he's gonna fuck it up. He's not. But I feel like I just have to say sometimes, like, obviously don't, tool the game to this kind of gameplay unless a lot of people start doing it. And that's probably not going to happen for a while, just based on how often people actually get to play. I'm just in that zone where I mostly just play this game. And I've been playing it for a while. What? Where's the rest of them? There's supposed to be one more of those. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I'm losing my mind. I remember when I thought minus 400,000 was a lot. I never imagined getting to the millions. The Zeus really changed a lot. So did the Achilles, honestly. When I was running a fleet with 3 Achilles escorts and my flagship was an Achilles before the Zeus came out, I mean, we were absolutely devastating at 400,000 rep. And like, yeah, they would warp out pretty fast sometimes, but it didn't matter. Like, they would get kills. They were far from useless. So for comparison's sake, now that we've seen the beams, we go back to the projectile lasers. And hopefully we get attacked by a similar fleet composition. So the comparison's a little bit, well, any kind of functional. Yeah, even when I first started playing during early access, there weren't a lot of people that played as much as I did. I really didn't play very much else through those 3 years. I've played shit tons of video games in my day, and this one I just keep going back to it. I mean, yeah, I put some time on Endless Sky, Factorio, Terraria, Planet Crafter, Astroneer, Far Cry 4 and 5, Subnautica, both of them, Elite Dangerous, but Most of those games, it's like, well, okay, I played a lot of Terraria. It's at 1,000 hours. Factorio 260, Endless Sky 1400, but I've been playing that forever. 190 hours in Elite Dangerous. I just keep going back to this one. Not the same fleet composition. Just try to make sure all your guns always have something to shoot at. That's the only real trick. Positioning, timing. Even when you're trying to be defensive because you're getting your ass kicked, you still try to keep your guns. You try to do it in a way that still maintains line of fire for as many weapons as possible. Which is not easy. Oh yeah. I should probably put those heat sinks back on. Oops. I had 3 more. That's that 6 space there. That's why you can't chase that one stray ship. Yeah, I'm not feeling this song either. Good thing they don't really use any Vulcan. No. That's not what I wanted. Oh, here comes the cavalry. Whoa! Where's my barrier? I wasted my flux! See? The spinal mounts get you in trouble in these fights. You waste your flux and you die. I'm clearly tired as hell. So I'm gonna call it a night there. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that other shameless promotional stuff. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. I hope everybody had a good time, because I did. And we'll see y'all next time. Hopefully it will not take as long for me to get back on the stream. Good night, everybody.